Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday morning's game plan here at Verified Investing Studios. Amazing to be here with you every Monday morning. I am pumped to get back here for the game plan so that you guys, plus me, can all prep for the trading day. That's crypto, commodities, as well as stocks. Lots to go over. Last week was an exhausting week with the Federal Reserve. So much going on, so many charts to look at today. Let's get started. All right, guys, let's get into it. All right, good catch. First and foremost, guys, what we have to do here is we just want to take a look, and I want to scroll down and just go over a couple things. So I'm going to go over this. Buffett nervous about economy as he raises cash. That's a big deal to me, and I want to talk a little bit about that. But just as we scroll down, don't forget, guys, charts are updated every weekend. Coffee into a major level here. Game over. Alphabet tags long-term trend line. Technical analysis on Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies. As we scroll down, we get even further down into the economic data. I go over put-call ratios right here, as well as plenty of other data right here, more educational, economic stuff that will in kind of open your minds to what the mainstream media is not talking about, guys. And that's really the goal here at Verified Investing. Don't forget, it's all about going over the keys to what you're not going to hear out there by just scrolling through some of these other places. All right, looking here, we have our earnings calendar. Every Monday, I like to go over the earnings calendar. Now, we are through a majority of earnings, but there are some earnings we're going to watch. Palantir today after the close. That stock already up. Lucid, not really a big company anymore, but just interesting to watch. Microchip right here. Tomorrow morning, Walt Disney. That's going to be a big one. We have Lyft on Tuesday after the close with Wynn Resorts and Twilio and Upstart Holdings. Wednesday, we have Uber, Shopify, Affirm, that's pre-market, and then aftermarket ARM. ARM is a semiconductor that will be a big mover. Airbnb. Now, interestingly enough, guys, if you looked at Expedia earnings, and this is something that, again, I've talked about, but Expedia earnings came out on Thursday after the close. The stock was crushed on Friday. The reason why they talked about their miss on earnings or guidance was because of their VRBO. Now, VRBO, for those of you that don't know, is essentially their arm of the company that is like Airbnb. So I'm very curious to see Airbnb's earnings. We'll go over the charts later this week going into those earnings as well. And then Thursday pre-market, we got Roblox, and Friday Marathon Digital there for you crypto fans out there, Unity, Akamai, and Dropbox, or that's Thursday after the close. Also economic data right here, guys. All right, so last few things I want to do, just remind you guys that, again, we do have that new section of educational articles down here. I wrote an article this weekend, Why Interest Rates Matter to the Stock Market. It lays it out in such simple terms that anyone can understand. Now, right into the charts we go here. Let's get right into the action. So what we're looking at is a gap up in the stock market today. All right, so the stock market, again, looking to open higher. Why is that? Well, it's the simple adage of whatever the dollar's doing and interest rates are doing, the market will do the opposite. It's this inverse relationship. So what we're looking at here is the U.S. dollar chart. And what we see on the U.S. dollar chart is that the dollar continues to decline. Trust me, it's not a weird random occurrence that the stock market has been going up as the dollar has been declining these last few days. There is a coordination there. That's how the markets move right now. So again, as long as the dollar continues to pull back, then you likely have a neutral to positive bias in the stock market. One level to watch, though, this right here, right? So we had the wedge pattern, and we had a hit here, and it goes off the screen. But what we see here, we broke out, retraced, double tap, rally. If we come back in here, that's your technical support level on the U.S. dollar. Now, believe it or not, we have a minor level right here that we're basically kissing in this range. But for the most part, that bigger level will be a pullback into this 103.50 level on the U.S. dollar. The 10-year yield continues to pull back as well. This was one of the best calls from about a week ago, a week to 2 weeks ago, when we were trading up here. And you can see I even annotated this chart with arrows, and I made it so clear, like crystal clear in these game plans, that we hit here, and hit here, right here at the lows, lows, lows. This is a classic perfect channel. Parallel lines to a T. I'm using the parallel drawer on TradingView. That's how dead on it is. What did it tell me right up here? It told me that you're probably looking for a pullback in yields. We did the same double tap right here on this level. And where are we headed, guys? Right back there. So again, I gave you guys this target about a week to 2 weeks ago, saying 4.4%, give or take. And here we are at 4.477%. When, check this out, when I was making this call, we were at 4.7%. People said, he's crazy. They always say that, but that's okay. That's what I love about trading and using charts, is I look crazy and then it happens. Weird thing like that. Okay, next up, let's go to the S&P 500. S&P 500, this isn't reflecting the pre-market data, but I do want to just guide you on where that is. So what we have here is we have that longer-term uptrend, which then broke. We've then now retraced. Now, remember what we talked about. This wide range bar right up here as we get my drawing tool back on the screen. This wide range bar right up here is really key, and it's the low end right here that I'm watching. This is right around 514 on the SPY. So watch that. We have this line, and we have a little parallel developing right in here. Okay, so this area around 514, give or take, should be a very important level for the SPY. And again, remember the SPY, the spiders, is the S&P 500 tracking ETF. That's why I use it, because it's a little easier to chart than the S&P itself, where you get the pre-market data and so on and so forth. Okay, looking at the intraday, where are we right now? Look at this. 513.28. So I just gave you guys 514 as a key level today. At the highs here, we were getting close to 514, but we're going to open up just below this major technical level. So keep an eye on it. You can see that the trend lines, by the way, these are the same trend lines from the daily chart. We were just looking at it. You can see how we're right up in that mix, that little area there. Now, a couple things to go over. Apple this weekend was the big Berkshire Hathaway event, right? Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger again passed away, but Warren Buffett's still leading the charge there at that conference or at the meeting. And what he did reveal was that Berkshire Hathaway has sold 13% of their Apple stake. So again, he's unloading a little bit of Apple. The company Berkshire Hathaway now has $190 billion in cash that they've now accumulated on the sidelines. Now, if you're someone like me that thinks 3 steps ahead, and I know a lot of you guys are, that's why you appreciate the game plan, you have to say to yourself, well, why is he keep on loading up on cash? Why isn't he buying companies? Why isn't he buying stock with all this money? Why is he just keeping the money in cash? $190 billion. And by the way, they said they were going to be over $200 billion by the end of this next quarter, which is just less than basically 1.5 months away, right? Or give or take. Either way, what he's saying here is he's still picking up more and more cash, unloading positions. Now, Becky Quick from CNBC asked him, well, what do you see for the economy? You have all this cash. Why aren't you deploying it? And he was unusually evasive. He didn't answer the question directly, and that speaks volumes. Now, if he answered the question directly and said what I think was on his mind, you'd probably see the stock market collapsing today, okay? But he wasn't going to do that. He's not going to throw, everyone under the bus that has big investments out there. He was just evasive about it. But read between the lines here, guys. What he's doing, there's a reason, and he's a smart guy. Even at his age, I think 95 years old or whatever he is, incredible, but one of the best minds ever, guys, no doubt about it. All right, in any case, looking at the Apple chart, look at the beauty of this chart. Where did Apple gap up to on Friday? Look at the parallel. And again, you guys know I love my parallels. We have right here, it goes right to this. So all you have to do is connect this line to this line to this line, drag that parallel up, and you literally got the high on Friday. What happened to Apple right off of that? It went down. It is down a little bit this morning on the back of Warren Buffett selling, but I love these parallels. Now, just a reminder for educational purposes, downsloping parallels can often eventually break to the upside, okay? Now, again, it doesn't mean it's going to happen anytime soon. We could come down here and down here and down here. I mean, year out. It doesn't have to break out anytime soon, but eventually downsloping parallels break up, and upsloping parallels like this, okay, eventually break to the downside. That's again, probability based. So you'd probably say 7 out of 10 times that's the resulting move of the different parallels. Okay, a couple other things, guys. I do want to go over a couple of these other charts like NVIDIA and so on and so forth, but I have to go over this chart real quick. This is a post that I gave to members of Smart Money stocks and ETFs this weekend because it's astounding here. Now, one of the things I want to talk about, what this chart is this is the yield curve, right? This is essentially the inversion of the yield curve. And what you're seeing is that this is the zero line. So this right here is the zero line on the yield curve inversion, and this is how long it's been inverted. Yield curve inverts in July of 2022. Now, the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is, number one, recessions happen when the yield curve uninverts. Well, it hasn't uninverted yet. We're still negative. So therefore, we're not at a recession, which makes sense. The second factor of why I'm bringing this up is because the yield curve has now been inverted for 500 days. 500 days. Now, if you're someone like me and love to investigate, you say, well, how many times historically have we seen an inversion of 500 days or more? The answer is 3 times. Just 3 times in the history going back to really 1900, if not prior. But again, when they were really tracking this, the yield curve inverted just 3 times for 500 straight days. I'm going to write the dates up on the board here. I want you guys to pay attention. Okay, the first date when it was inverted for that long was 1929. Okay, second date, 1974. Remember what happened. So what do we have here? Great Depression, stock market crash. What did we have here? We had basically the 3 attacks of inflation and the long period of stagflation, right? From the 70s into the 80s, right? Interest rates were in the 15 plus percentile or percent range at one point because inflation was so high. Lastly, when was the last time we had a 500-day inversion plus of the yield curve? 2008. And we know what happened after 2008, the Great Recession. And so if you're like me, and again, we draw conclusions based on data, this show's about data, verified investing is about data, then what else am I supposed to think? Seriously. Is it this somehow is going to be different? I don't know. Now, again, please understand, this doesn't tell us like tomorrow we're going to, like it doesn't tell us that. It just tells us that there's something on the horizon, something lurking. And me as an investor, I'm a swing trader, so I'll go long and short a million times over, but I'm certainly more happy to have my gold in my longer term portfolio. And even those of you that are big believers in Bitcoin, I can understand why you would want to have some Bitcoin for the longer term when you see stats like that. Okay, so I just wanted to go over that. I thought that was a key one. Quickly going over the NVIDIA chart. NVIDIA, again, guys, if we flip over to NVIDIA, we can see that NVIDIA has had a good bounce. There's a channel here that I'm keeping an eye on as well. Gives us an upside zone of around $915 as a potential maximum. That's also, again, interestingly enough, if you connect this high down here, it also gives us this high to this high and also coordinates right over in that zone there. So 920, 915, that would be a level where you should expect if NVIDIA gets to it, likely to see some downside pressure. By the way, NVIDIA doesn't report for a few more weeks, but eventually we'll get that earnings out from NVIDIA. That should be pretty wild stuff when that one is. I'm hopeful we'll do another live for that event. Last time we had all the traders in here analyzing the chart. It was a lot of fun. It was honestly wild. We had some fun bets. We should have just broken out our beers as well. Would have been even more fun. But hey, we'll do that maybe next time. Google, guys, Google, this was just an incredible chart that we had gone over. I had gone over this with you guys of why I thought Google could gap up on earnings and then crap out. If you look at this, there's your 2008 high, 2007-8 high before the Great Recession, connected right here, and it went right up there. Then you have this secondary trend line coordinating, and if we zoom in on this chart, I mean, literally on those earnings, it opened right up into it. Now, this is the weekly chart, but you can see right up into that level, and we've seen the sell-off since. The power of trend lines compels you, right? That's the incredible stuff about it. Okay. Next up, we have Amazon. Amazon, to me, is a chart that I am not messing with on the short side yet. Yes, we did kind of kiss double top, but if we look at the daily chart, what does this tell us, right? You are in a channel, right? And there is a chance that we could still go up in this range. I'm going to switch my color back to yellow so you guys can see it a little better there. But right up there, that would be where I would start to mess around with a short play on Amazon. Likewise, if it came into this zone, that would be a good area to be a buy in the near term. Interestingly enough, that upper line is right around the even number of 200. If you know about the psychology of markets, the even numbers do carry some weight. Not as good as a real factor like a trend line, but it's an additional helping hand on the charts. Many of you guys are all about the Tesla chart. Figured I'd go over it today. This is the last one we'll do before we spin the wheel and find out who won the $300 credit. But basically, Tesla was a buy going into earnings. I gave it to you guys right here. I said, this is the chart you want to buy going into earnings. Everyone hated it at the time. Oh my God, worst thing ever, blah, blah, blah. Tesla's done. I don't care one way or the other, frankly. I'm all about the charts. Low pivot to low pivot, right into earnings right there. Boom, from $140 to $180. Now, to be honest, what is the chart telling me? There's not a lot it's telling me. It's honestly, it's had its run. It's pulled back a little bit. It could go back up. It could go back down. And as a technical trader, you have to be okay with that. There's sometimes where the bias is heavily negative or heavily positive, and then there's this big gray zone in the middle where it's like, it's basically what I call a do not touch, which is it could go up, it could go down. Basically, odds are 50-50, 60-40, 55-30, 45. You know, it's in that zone of where it's a gamble, and there's no reason for me to mess with it. There's too many other trading opportunities between commodities, stocks, and crypto to even mess with a chart that's in the gray zone. So that's where we are right now. I don't have a lot of that other things to go over there. Next up, let's quickly do our quick rotation or figuring out who won the $300 credit right here. Let's do that right now. And for some reason, it's not working. Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to wait. So you know what we'll do? We'll come back to this. We're going to go to the wheel right now, and we're going to spin. Maybe, Lawton, if you could jump out and just try to fix that for me, that would be awesome. So what we'll do is we'll spin this for the next one, and then we'll fix that and do the drawing in just 1 second. All right, let's do that right now. All right, the next one is... Look at that. Trader's Edge, guys. Trader's Edge Crypto. That is Paul Sampson's service. He's a rock star at trading crypto. And again, guys, he does some day trades, he does some swing trades, and it is an amazing service. He constantly keeps you updated with posts throughout the day, even on weekends. So again, someone will win 3 months of that service valued at $300. All right, next, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to take 30 seconds to thank LuxAlgo. Again, this is one of our biggest sponsors here. They help us do this whole show. They help us support all the things that we have, all the cameras and these screens that allow me to do everything. So thank you, LuxAlgo. Take it away.
Have you considered enhancing your trading experience? We have an amazing tool for you. LuxAlgo creates next-gen trading indicators to help the world understand the markets in a smarter way. They have the largest user profile on TradingView and are the only official Discord partner in the technical analysis space. LuxAlgo Premium operates seamlessly with top platforms, such as TradingView and Discord, making it the perfect tool for every trader. Take your trading analysis to the next level with LuxAlgo. Please visit the description below and sign up for LuxAlgo today.
Alrighty, guys, we are back in the action here, right into the chart of Bitcoin right here, and we will do that drawing. We're just getting it fixed, so don't worry. The Wheel of Appreciation giveaways do continue. Rain or shine, we'll get you guys someone out there to win today. All right, looking at Bitcoin, check this out, guys. So again, you guys know I love my channels, right? I'm a big fan of the channels. I think almost every chart I have them on here, and one of the reasons why I like channels is because almost no one uses them. Now, I am giving some of the keys of the castle away to you guys, but that's okay. You guys are supportive of me. I'm going to make sure you guys know all the key nuances that I use. All right, so what we have here very clearly, right up here, we have this area here to here. We have this low to this low, and that creates this channel. So what does this mean? Well, it means that basically Bitcoin is just gyrating sideways now. Now, we had some other levels. There was an upsloping level that has broken that we have to monitor, but now I'm focusing on this bigger one here. Now, again, we break to the downside here, and we talked about this. We go to that 52 to 53,000 zone, maybe 49. If we come up and we break above here, yeah, I mean, you might stop at the double top, but this breakout of this channel would be a big enough one to send this to new all-time highs. So again, really at this stage, you look at resistance here, support right down here, and again, you can see we just bounced here. Midline, by the way, the midline is checkered here. It's a little hard to see, but that will be a little resistance. Now, we did see Bitcoin up pretty sizably this morning, and it did go back down. We've now moved to the negative side on Bitcoin for the day. But in all fairness, on Saturday and Sunday, it was up a little bit. So it's just reverting back to as if the weekend didn't really happen. Not honestly a big deal whatsoever. Okay. Let's go to the Ethereum chart. I mentioned last week I did cover my short on Ethereum in the money. The reason, again, and this has turned out to be a very good exit strategy on it, was just this longer-term trend line. So we see very clearly right down here, right? This low, you take the low from October of 2023, connect it right through this low, and we got that low right there of last week. Since then, you've had about a $400 move off of that from the low to the high. But again, that's your level. If this breaks, then you have to start to be very nervous. As of now, this is a longer-term trend line. You can see, again, it just happens to kind of bounce along here. Then it had this huge move up. Then it came finally back to it. As long as this line holds, this is the uptrend line on Ethereum. If it breaks, watch out below. But at this point, it is holding, so you give it the benefit of the doubt that, again, as long as it holds, neutral to upside bias. Okay. All right, we're going to do that drawing in just 1 second, guys. In fact, we'll wait till the end after I go over just a couple more charts. Gold's getting a bounce today. Middle East tensions are mounting just a little bit. So, again, that is pushing gold up. Gold, again, still overall short-term negative bias, midterm and long-term positive bias, okay? So I always try to give you guys that differentiation, because if I don't, then people are like, oh, well, he was so bullish, and then he's saying, no, it's the time frame. You always have to understand there's time frames for everything. The reason why I'm still short-term negative is just because that's what the chart tells me. I don't tell the charts tell me. I just read them, right? So still got the topping tail right here, still have your wide range bar here, and we're still below this area here. So as long as we stay there, it's a negative bias on the charts in the short term. Long term, it's bullish. All right, again, it doesn't mean it has to be right, but that's the way the chart's telling me, and the midterm is as well. It's just a matter of, do we get our full pullback into this zone to start accumulating on the charts? Okay, next up, let's take a look at silver. Silver, much the same. We do have, again, multiple trend lines here. I just want to show you guys this. So you have their wide range wedge pattern that broke out. The zone here for any sort of buy, and it kissed it last week. I kept saying 26 to 25.50. We went to like 26.03 and then got this bounce back above 27. But same thing, the topping tail is still there. This is your buy zone right down in this zone here. You basically look for a retrace to the scene of the crime here. And then again, that's anywhere between 26 and essentially 25.50. So near term, still slightly negative on silver. Midterm to long term, still rosy and bullish on silver. I'm starting to eye the, in fact, I've even accumulated in my commodity service, smart money commodities and miners, some palladium, some platinum. Those charts actually look pretty darn good for some potential upside on those commodities, even in spite. They haven't broken out like gold and silver have. So again, I think there's an opportunity there as, again, the charts do look really good. Now, just quickly going to oil here, guys. Take a look at oil. So we talked about oil. You had the head and shoulders last week. Remember, we talked about this. And then ultimately that broke. We had the big drop. We're getting a small bounce today on the oil chart. Now, you might say, well, why are we getting a small bounce? You know, well, number one, you were down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. If you know your time counts from the methodology that I teach, you know that you're due for a little bit of a bounce. But let's get even more in depth. So why would we potentially be seeing a small bounce today? Simply do your Fibonacci from your lows here to your high right here. And what do we have? We have a 50% retrace. Let me show that there. Here's your 50% retrace right there. There's your 50%. And if we draw that line, you can see you're coming right into that line. So you have a good support level right there. And you also have this area right here, this low here, this high here area, this kind of choppy sideways. You're down 6 days in a row. You just want to kind of let the charts dictate, and so you're due for a small bounce. Now, for me, on oil, I still think it's going lower. I think we're starting to see cracks in the economy. We saw a weaker jobs number on Friday, right? So jobs number was weaker. We saw GDP weaker, and any sort of continued slowdown in the U.S., oil is going to continue lower, folks. It's just there's so much production in the U.S. that we don't even need to rely on the Middle East anymore. And so a weakness here and the consumption that we do here in the U.S., you're going to see a tumble. All right, last chart, we got to talk natural gas, guys. So I have unloaded my natural gas long position, guys, but we are on the verge of confirming a breakout. That doesn't mean it's going to go straight up, please understand. But what it does mean is that we just buy the pullbacks now. So here is this amazing downsloping trend line here. In fact, we can kind of see it up here to here, and then we had this. So I've been telling you guys that I thought it would go to 225, right? Well, now we're at 231. We've gone even extended beyond my target zone, but another good call that it was headed up. A lot of people were nervous about natural gas, understandably. They call it the widowmaker for a reason. But ultimately, now assuming we confirm above today, so let's say it closes right here at 230, we now have a confirmed breakout. I'm going to zoom in on the chart to show you. So what does this mean? Well, assuming we confirm the move, which looks likely unless it reverses today, then what we do is we buy pullbacks, right? So you buy back at this line in here. And again, that would be 210, 205, somewhere in that vicinity. And we just start to play this momentum shift and this breakout to the upside as long as we don't reconfirm back below that line. Okay, so again, good stuff on nat gas, guys. Great stuff overall. I do want to just go over here, and we're going to do quickly the drawing. We have it all set up before we end, so let's find out who wins that $300 credit. As always, folks, very cool. And as I said, we're going to get this thing fixed, and I appreciate that, Tim, for getting it fixed. And the winner of the $300 credit to VI, anything on VI it can be used for, is user Lou1Yo9, blah, blah, blah. You know, you can see it on the screen. I'm not going to read it all out. When you make too complex ones, it's too early in the morning for me. I barely can get these game plans out versus reading off a crazy name like that. But in any case, congratulations. Reach out to Lawton at Verified Investing, guys. And again, you guys can, Lawton at Verified Investing will get you all set up with that credit. Lastly, I just want to mention, guys, same rules apply. Spread this around. I want 100,000 views a day as our starter. That's our base minimum. I want to show CNBC and Bloomberg and all these other places that you don't have to be a big network to crush it and get incredible views that can top them. So spread it around. Post wherever you spread it as a comment underneath this video. And again, folks, you will be entered into the drawing for that 3 months of Trader's Edge. All right, guys. On that last note, thank you for all tuning in. Let's go crush it and make some money today. Have a good one. Take care.
All right. All right. Good morning. Hey, good morning, traders. Good morning. Buenos dias. It is Monday, May 6th, 2 minutes before market open. Good morning. I am Shimano Trader. Welcome to the show. Thanks for spending a moment of your day here on The Spread. Don't forget to like and subscribe our show. We're dual streaming this week on YouTube and on Tradecaster. Show some love and support. Thanks for being here. Market's getting ready to open. We've got about 2 minutes to go. And new week. So if you had a bad week last week, you get an opportunity to redeem yourself, right? Hope you guys had a great weekend. Going into the week, it is Mother's Day for the Latinos on Friday. So make sure you guys are getting ready for that. And yeah, let's see what this week has in store. Got a couple of information to share with you guys here. Got about 40 seconds to go, traders. Go ahead, do your thing today. Make some money. Turn it green. Market is pumping this morning, a little bit up. Warren Buffett spoke over the weekend. Got a couple of other things to go over with you guys today. So stay tuned. Spice up. New pre-market high, 513.78. Good luck to this week, traders. Knock it out of the park. We'll see you in a few.
Good luck, traders.
Here we go. All right, traders, good morning. 6:35 on the West Coast. Welcome to the spread. I'm Shimano Trader. We've just taken a snap put here. Just taking it right in the money. 1650 in the money put for snap. So that's the position we're currently in.
know it's hard when you don't get the time to do the things you gotta do. Always moving forward, always on the go. I hope you take a moment to take it slow. Let me be the one to ease your pain. Let me be the one to ease your pain. Baby, take a break, it'll be okay. Let me be the one to ease your pain. Know sometimes that it doesn't make sense. It's even harder to comprehend. It's a long night. Say goodbye, then hello. We came here from nowhere, going towards the unknown. Let me be
should go now. Run. No, I won't leave you here. We can run together. Listen, if we run together, they will shoot us from behind. We both die. So, how's about you here? They will kill you. No, don't worry about me. I will hold them. I want you to promise me to survive, to take this message for our country.
All right, Trader, just picked up 180 puts for Apple end of week. Not financial advice, not a recommendation. You can and will lose money. I went ahead and put that in my my channel here for the alerts. See if those play out. Yeah, good luck. Not financial advice, not a recommendation. I think Snap is kind of weak at these levels. The 1650 level has been rejected a couple of times here, and Apple, I think, with Warren Buffett cutting its stake into Apple over the weekend, or announcing that it had, I think it's a good catalyst to the downside, at least to pick up some premium between now and 180. So we'll see how it goes.
So beautiful. I am in heaven? Yes. You should go now.
All right, traders, good morning. Good morning. It is 7 a.m. on the West Coast. 7 a.m. on the West Coast. Where you at? Hope you guys had a great weekend. It is Monday, the 6th of May. It is the Latinos Mother's Day week, so make sure all you guys out there are getting ready for your Mama's Day on Friday. That's the 10th. That's usually when us, the Latinos, celebrate it. But anyway, 7 a.m. on the West Coast. I am Shimano Trader. Welcome to the spread. We are currently sitting in Snap puts, 1650 puts for end of week, and also picked up some Apple 180 puts, which may or may not work out. So we're going to keep an eye on those. And then we're going to continue to watch the charts here and go over some news in a little bit. But yeah, make sure wherever you guys are at, tap in on the chat. Let us know where in the country are you, where in the world are you joining us from. Do not forget to subscribe here on Tradecaster. We're also dual streaming on YouTube this week, so make sure you guys subscribe, support the show. Also got a donation button that hasn't been used, so feel free to be the first one to use that button to keep us on the air. We are going 30 minutes before market open until market close every single day. We did it all the month of April. We're redoing it again in the month of May. Hoping you guys will show some love and support. But those are the trades on the board for this week. Let us know if you are jumping on or jumping off. You can fade the trade, not a problem. We are okay with that. But yeah, thanks for being here today. Happy Monday, new week, new way to start out. So enjoy the day. We'll go over some news in a little bit. Thanks for being here.
to me. What happened as I let it slip? I was confused by the powers that be, forgetting names and faces. Passers by were looking at me as if they could erase it. Baby,
Good luck, traders.
non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party non-stop like this, gonna rock the party non-stop like this, gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party now stop like this, gonna rock the party now stop like this, gonna rock the party now stop like this, yeah we rock the party now stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Come on and just rock. Rock the party. Rock the party. Come on and just rock. Rock the party.
All right, traders, good morning. 10:15 on the West Coast, 10:15 on the West Coast. We're still sitting in Apple puts. So far, they're working out 180, 118 on the current price. We're sitting on 180 puts for end of week. We took those this morning. I went ahead and listed that on my alerts. So you want to check out the alerts. We did also take snap puts, but we got a little clapped on that. We lost $25 on that, so we've closed that out and just hanging on to our Apple. We did go long on Snap though, so keep that in mind. We did go long on Snap. We lost a little bit, and now we're gonna go long. We have a little resistance here at this 1658 area. A little bit of a gap to fill there as well, so we're gonna keep an eye on that. All right, wherever you are, wherever you may be, do not forget to like and subscribe here on Tradecaster. We are broadcasting live on the Tradecaster airways. We will be on air for a little bit longer, and then, we'll switch it off after a while. But we're on air. We're here on the mic. We're currently watching Apple. We got puts on Apple, waiting for 180 end of week. So far, they're up 22% so far. So they're up almost 23% since we've taken the trade. So we're going to continue to stay in those SPY puts. Let me know. I'm sorry, Apple puts. Let me know if you're in the Apple puts with me. Let us know in the chat, where in the world are you? Where in the world are you? Also got, I think we have, what's that? Palantir earnings after the bell. Palantir earnings after the bell. It's had quite a run up. It's had quite a run up right now. 24.85 is currently $1.51 just today, 6.5%. But it's had quite a run up into earnings. I will most likely lean bearish on it, but we'll see. We might take a lotto play on it. We'll see. All right, reports at 1:05 p.m. today. According to EHAC, rate cuts as of 6:26 this morning, 1.86%. We're still looking at about 1.86, under 2 rate cuts for the year. So nothing new on there that I can read you. Still watching Bitcoin. Bitcoin 63,429. What a run up since the low here earlier last week, late last week. Ethereum up. No, it's down 1.65%, $51 down. Gold is up 0.92%, $22. The Dixie, good old Dixie, down 0.03%, down 0.03 cents, still down. And then oil's up 0.58%, 78.38 is the current per barrel price. And then the 10-year is down 0.5%, down to 4.48%, 4.48% on the 10-year. All right, continue to watch Apple here. Apple's working out well for us today. So we're up 26% or so on Apple. We're going to continue to watch Apple. We did go long on Snap, so we're watching Snap as well. Let me know if there's anything you guys want to see on the main chart. It is the position that we're currently holding, which is our Apple puts. So far, working out well for us. Over 30% on it now. Starting to get some momentum to the downside here. See if we get a flush. Oh my God. Guys, when you got a business, man, the toughest part about owning a business is getting paid, man. Getting paid. What a pain in the ass to get paid sometimes. All right, here's some snacks for you. Hey, snackers, in the market for a new desktop, you might want to check out the Cheyenne 4K. Is that an ad I'm reading, you guys? In the market for a new desktop, you might want to check out the Cheyenne, a 4K, a 4,000-pound decommissioned government supercomputer up for auction. Be warned. It occasionally struggles with water spray from its cooling system. Stocks ended the week higher after a weaker than anticipated jobs report raised hopes for a September rate cut. Bad news equals good. Earnings is in full swing, with expectation beating numbers from Amazon and Apple last week, though the iPhone sales dropped 10%. By the way, that's why we're short Apple, by the way. By the way, do you want to start getting snacks daily? Okay, that's another ad, sorry. Injection, the craze for weight loss drugs has led to slim supply and big earnings. Suppressing appetite and fattening profits. The weight loss drug frenzy has gone into overdrive, leading to ballooning earnings for the pharma giants that manufacture and injectable meds. Novo Nordisk last week reported that sales of the weight loss Wegovy more than doubled last quarter, fueling a 28% profit jump. The Danish drug maker is Europe's most valuable company, and its market cap is bigger than Denmark's GDP. American pharma rival Eli Lilly reported a 67% profit surge and hiked its annual sales forecast by $2 billion, thanks to its new blockbuster weight loss drug, Zepbound. Yeah, man. So, there's a lot of Apple still dropping here. 188.82 on Apple, down almost 1.4%. Yeah, interesting thing here with these drugs, right? So what's happening is that it's suppressing people's appetites, right? And everybody wants it, right? Because everybody wants to lose weight and like not do anything, right? They just want to lose weight, right? So this drug is the perfect combination, the perfect storm of people that are trying to lose weight and not do any exercise. So that drug's gonna, it's that miracle drug, right? It's that, you don't have to do anything, you just pop this pill and you're gonna lose weight drug. So it's creating quite a buzz for these companies that are creating it. Racing to meet demand, Novo Nordisk is investing $6 billion to boost production of Wegovy and its diabetes drug Ozempic, also used for weight loss. Doing the literal most after doubling production capacity of Zepbound and its related diabetes drug Mounjaro. Eli Lilly is still racing to ramp up. Its CFO said, "We have sites working 24/7. We're doing construction overnight." Dude, that's how big these drugs are. Prescription friction. The clamor of drugs associated with the weight loss has made it harder for people with type 2 diabetes to fill their prescriptions for meds like Ozempic, which is often prescribed off-label. Eli Lilly, Weight Watchers both rolled out telehealth and prescription services for weight loss drugs to make it easier for folks to get the shots. Drugs that been FDA approved for weight loss, like Zepbound and Mounjaro, are expected to be in shortage through at least June. Can you believe that? That's how big that drug is. These companies are working overnight. They're working overtime. They're doing construction overnight just to get this drug out and to get their labs ready to keep producing this drug. Cash injection. Novo Nordisk said that each week last quarter, 25,000 plus people started taking Wegovy, which was recently approved by the Cardiovascular Risk Reduction and those with obesity. Massive market. 42% of the U.S. adults fall into the obese category, usually a BMI of over 30. Analysts estimate that weight loss drugs could soon be worth $100 billion per year. Damn, these guys probably hit the mother load. Yeah, these guys are racing. And then the takeaway: shedding pounds is pricey. If you want the help of drugs, affordability is limited factor for pharma companies' ambitions. While most corporate health insurance plans cover the class of drugs, the class of drugs for diabetes, only 25% do so for the weight loss. Without insurance, drugs like Wegovy and Zepbound can cost up to $1,500 a month. Both are supposed to use both, but as approved uses expand, and just happened with Wegovy, so could the coverage. Yeah, man, it's cheap. It's more expensive than a gym. That's for sure. Coming up this week, ask Reddit anything. Reddit plans crowdsource questions from users on Reddit for its earnings call this week. Its social icon first report since March IPO when its share price popped. Reddit's made a point of involving top users in its Wall Streetification, setting aside 8% of its IPO shares for Redditors. The team spirit could quell concerns over how platforms may change as it looks to flip its losses. 91 million last year through revenue, though revenue grew 21%. They still lost 91 million. This is Reddit. Into its first ever profit. The social company is much smaller than its peers Meta and Snap. 100-day hot streak. For your AI French lessons, Duolingo's been the très populaire. In February, shares of the old Helm language learning app soared 20% after it posted record quarterly user growth, revenue, and profit. As Duolingo leans into AI, last year it laid off 10% of its contractors' work, mostly translators. It says that it seems high demand for its paid ad-free tier, which uses OpenAI's ChatGPT-4 to offer custom lessons and chats with bots posing as virtual tourists. Well, Wall Street expects Duo to report surging earnings on Wednesday. Wow, so that's what is that? OpenAI? No. What is this? This is what did I say his name was? Duolingo. Oh, here's Apple still dumping here, guys. We're up 42% on this trade, and 42% on this trade. Yo, don't forget, we got other streamers in the lobby today. AK47 still here. Sean and Jay Trades are still in the house. So you get tired of hearing my voice, you can always wander off somewhere else. Even though I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go. I want you to stay with me. Shut up, Arno. Okay. What was I reading? I was reading something like that to you guys. Well, that didn't seem really informative. Let me see. Zoom out. Stories we're watching. Catch flights, not fees. Americans are going abroad for a discount. Japan, where the yen's value has plummeted versus the US dollar, nearly 160 to 1. Welcome a record 3.1 million tourists in March. The number of U.S. tourists visiting Japan has jumped 50% in the past 5 years. Airlines like United Americans have capitalized by adding direct routes to Tokyo, where tourists are snapping up luxury goods and to get more bang for their buck. Economic tourism is also happening in Europe. Some Americans flock to buy Chanel and the U.S. when the USD approaches partly with the euro. So yeah, traveling abroad right now, you can pick up stuff abroad, Japan specifically, just because the dollar is so strong right now. And then welcome to Revenue Land, where roller coasters matter more than movies they're based on. Disney, which reports this week, tomorrow, is all in on the amusement biz. Park was its most profitable division last year, pulling in $9 billion. The Mouse House is planning a $60 billion parks expansion over the next 10 years, building new lands tied to hot IP. Park rival Universal is readying Nintendo World as part of his $1 billion theme park flush with Mario coasters. Nintendo also reports this week and does Six Flags, which is finalizing its $8 billion merger with Knott's Berry Farm owner Cedar Fair. Wow, I was at Knott's on Friday. That was fun. All right, guys, that's some little news for little snacks for you. Yeah, I'll see what ECAB have. All right, guys, that's what I have for the minute. Chill bag. Listen, we're still sitting on Apple puts. Apple puts are printing right now. Up. What are we at now? We're up 52% on this trade. 52% on this trade. We'll see if we can hold to end of day here. Well, it is for the end of the week, but we'll see how Apple plays out. So if you're wondering why I shorted Apple this morning, is really because of the Warren Buffett event over the weekend. So if you listen to the news or caught it on news, Warren Buffett has an annual, like he speaks annually, or he has some event annually, the Berkshire Hathaway event. And in this event, normally Charlie Munger, rest in peace, Charlie Munger, would come out and, they talk. And this is where Charlie Munger said in the past that, Bitcoin was not worth anything and that sort of thing. But anyway, in that speech or in that conversation, this gentleman, Warren Buffett, was shared that he had cut a significant portion of his stake in Apple. He had a couple million shares of Apple. And his average cost was $35, if you can believe that. His average cost was $35, and he sold a pretty large stake in Friday or last week sometime. So obviously, that's a little telling, right? But also in that speech, he spoke a lot about deploying or what is it? Sitting on cash, getting cash on the sidelines. So, that could usually mean that, these guys know something we don't, right? There's been a lot of talk. We've been hanging out with us in the morning with Garrett Soloway. He was very bearish overall in the market. He's talking about, selling the pops, right? Selling the rips, or shorting the rips. So, a little bit of that kind of shaped my decision here with Apple to go short on Apple. There was a gap to fill. It got filled. So yeah, that's kind of my reasoning behind it. So we're up 55% on this trade currently. And yeah, we'll see how it plays out the rest of the day here. Most likely we'll close end of the day. I don't know if I'll hold the rest of the week, but we'll see how it acts. If we look at the weekly range on Apple, Apple's weekly range is 188 to the high side and 178 to the low side. So we're already in that vicinity. So it makes me feel like, maybe a little bit more left on the downside. We also have this down trend line here that's pushing the price down. So we hit a high of 187. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out. 55 cents away from our target price. I'm going to continue to hold. Maybe this low here of 180.26 might be an area to watch if we get down there. But anything breaching that level, I might just close today. So we'll see how it plays out. All right, new high on Snap, by the way, 1667 had a new high today on it. Good thing we closed that short. Yeah, it's a good thing we closed that short. I've been watching Snap, and I've been trading it, kind of fading Ricky Gutierrez. Shout out to Ricky G. He's made a ton of money on this stock, so... Yeah, 1667 on Snap right now. We got in at, what did we get in at? 1658. We got in at 1658. A little bit of a green candle here on Apple. I want to keep an eye on it. Yeah, here's the article. Berkshire Hathaway trims Apple. The investment committee debates the move. Apple sells over 12 billion iPads during quarter one. Buy Apple stock ahead of the AI News Development Conference, analysts say. Also watching AMC for some reason. AMC looked pretty good today. Plantier, you guys trading Plantier? Oh, we're gonna look at the shorting Plantier, right? So let's look at Plantier here. Yeah, quite a run up. They're looking bullish. They're looking bullish. All right, 1668 on Snap. Good thing we close out that short. The Apple short is working and the Snap long is working as well. All right, Apple 180.65 right now on Apple. A lot of red. Yo, my transfer is coming up with TD Ameritrade to over to Charles Schwab. So, just been reading information on that. I think it's gonna go pretty smooth. It looks like they got a good idea of what to do. All right, I'm gonna close out my Apple here. All right, just close that out. I don't like this candle here. I know this is a 5-minute chart, and I get a lot of shit from traders about it, but I'm gonna just stay true to myself. So we're at the bottom here. This was kind of one of my targets was 180.32. We got a little bit close to that, but I don't like this spinning candle here. Usually means a reversal, but that's what it means to me. And when I speak with other short time frame traders, they'll tell me to not analyze a candle in a short time frame like you would on a longer time frame. Could be true. All right, we made over 40% on that trade. We're out, and we're profitable for the day. I'm gonna try to stay that way. So we exited here. I'll make a note of it where we exited, so I have it for my records. If you guys are ever wondering, this 5-minute candle, we exited right here. This 5-minute candle. All right, so I mean, we can go as high as 188, or we can go to the top of the daily frame, which is 184, which is where Apple started off this morning at 184, and maybe we're done going down for the day on Apple. So you don't need to catch the whole move. You just need to catch a little bit of the move. Here, 180.74. Let's look at options for Apple here for the way up. So we are at 180.75 currently. All right, we're going to go long now on Apple. So we're going to take Apple 182.50. Hold on. 182.50 for Friday. So we're going to go long here. So 182.50 is where we're going to be our target here. 182.50. We'll make this white, and then we'll put calls 510. Right? So that's our new target now, 182.50. I'm going to change the color on it. We'll make it, let's make it pink. All right, so 182.50 is our new target price for end of week. We switched sides on this. We're down $1 on it, but we're willing to ride it. I think we're down, going down for the day on Apple. Market's starting to turn a little bit to 11 o'clock, almost 11 o'clock here. We're going to make that change here, testing the EMA line, see if that works out for us. We're going to do a Fibonacci on this just to see what it would look like. That was, So the retracement will be right at that 182.50 if we do get a retrace here. So we'll see. We're going to play it by ear. We're going to jump in this long here with Apple, 182.50 end of week. See if we can make up some money here, or at least stay green before end of day. All right, we're starting to see a little bit of movement here. Nice call here so far. We got out of our shorts around here, jumped into longs now. Now it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a candle here. All right, so far it's working out. This switching sides has worked out so far. So we see we're above EMA lines here, 5-day EMA lines. Damn, this guy's really bullish on Mara. Where's Mara doing this week? Plantier still pumping here. Up almost $2 today. $25.14 on Mara today. Reporting earnings after the bell. $116.69 on Snap. Apple's turning the corner here. So far, it looked like a good move here, right at this candle. All right, I'm listing my trades in the my alerts. So if you're curious about what I'm doing today, what I've been doing today, check that out. We went short on Apple in the morning. Closed that out a little while ago. Went long now. And we closed out our Snap short. We had some puts on that, and we went long on our other account. So far, both trades are working out. Yo, let us know in the chat if you're making money, if you're taking any of these trades. Not a recommendation, not financial advice. You can and will lose money trading, so be careful, traders. Listen to my daughter.
Good luck, traders.
All right, nice move. Nice exit on Apple here. Just turned the corner. We're going up now. Almost feel like buying a second contract on Apple today. All right, we're adding another contract here. So we have 2 contracts into Apple. 182.50 strike price for Friday. All right, so we flipped the EMAs here, so we're trying to get above this next one. I think this is a 21. Yeah, 21. See if we can get above that. So we're up 2% on this trade so far, just 2%. We don't need much, so. $16.73 on Snap. Good exit on that one. Apple looking good here. We're up 6% now. All right, traders, where you're at, 1049 on the West Coast. I am Shimano Trader. Follow me on Instagram. We're also dual streaming on YouTube today. Don't forget to subscribe to the show here on Tradecaster and on YouTube. Show some love to your boy here in the chat. If you're in the chat, say hello. Let us know where in the country, where in the world you may be. Also, if you're making any money with me today, don't be shy about that donation button. Feel free to use that donation button if you're banking with me today. So far, placing good trades here. We went short on Apple this morning. Cashed out on that, did about 47%. Right now, we are long on Apple. Again, 2 contracts, 2.62%, seeing if this EMA lines can hold for the close or going into the close. All right, traders, what's up? Everybody's gone. It's just me. All right, traders. We are currently in Apple Longs 182.50. Expiration date is Friday, 5/10. Latinos Mother's Day. What's up? So we did. What's up, Labar? So we took puts at the open, banked on those, made about 40-50%, 45 or so percent, and then we jumped right at this right here. As you can see, I marked it. It's where we exited our shorts. We exited our put contracts here, and we went long. So we've been long in Apple, 2 contracts, 182.50. That is what we're going for Friday. I don't think we'll hold until Friday. So far, up 10% on this trade right now so far. So if you're curious about to know what I'm doing, check the alerts, or check my alerts and let you know what I'm working on there. If you missed it, do not forget to like and subscribe our channel here on Tradecaster. We're also dual streaming on YouTube this week, so feel free to connect with us there. Anything you have on the chat, let us know. Where in the world are you? Where in the world are you? We're getting ready for Power Hour. 2 minutes to go. Got 1 hour left on the session. You guys hang around for Power Hour. Power Hour is on. I think I'm gonna drop some house. So I'll drop some house on the vinyl. You guys want to hang around? We'll put some vinyl right now in about 2 minutes, and we'll get going with some house music. All right, traders, 11:59 on the West Coast. We're about to enter the Power Hour. We're getting our turntable ready. We'll drop some house for you guys here live in the mix. Real quick around the horn here, 41.05 on the S&P 500. We're up 0.80%. So are futures, obviously. VIX is crushed 13.66, actually up 1.26% today. AMD, one of our long-term positions, is up 2.5% today, 389. We're in Apple longs. Going to see if we can break this downtrend. Also, Tesla up $3 today, $1.68. And then Snap. We were short on Snap, but we went long now. It's 16.97 to the high side. Snap looking real healthy. Apple looking healthy into the close here. And then looking around, we got Palantir earnings today. Palantir earnings after the bell, so stay tuned for that. Boeing just got clapped, down 1.9%. No, what news? Check news on that. FAA probing Boeing 787 inspections where the company's employees falsify records. Also, Boeing is dumping right now, so you want to go short on that. SPY and Amazon all holding. We're getting ready for Power Hour, guys. I'm Shimano Trader. Welcome to the spread. We are a live trading show 30 minutes before market open until market close. We're entering the Power Hours, 12 o'clock on the Power Hour. About to drop some house for you guys. Stay tuned. All right, traders, 12 o'clock on the West Coast, 12:01 on the West Coast. Everybody wants to be somebody. Ain't that right? You tune into the Power Hour. All right, guys, enjoy 12 o'clock Power Hour. Let's go. Hope you guys went green today. Apple long, baby. All right, traders, don't you want to be somebody? Tune into the mix here with Shimano Trader. Don't forget to subscribe to our show, baby.
Do you wanna be?
Somebody, come on, come on, come on now. Don't you wanna be somebody? Hey, somebody. Everybody, be somebody. Everybody, come on and be someone. Everybody, be somebody. Everybody, be somebody. Everybody. Somebody, everybody. Come on, everybody be somebody. Everybody be somebody. Everybody be someone. Oh, be somebody. Every day you gotta be. Everybody be somebody. Everybody be someone. Come on, be somebody. Everybody, wave your hands in the air. Be somebody, put 'em up there. If you're somebody, put 'em in the air. Hey, yeah. Come on, everybody, be somebody. Everybody, don't you wanna be? Don't you wanna be somebody? Yeah. Everybody, be somebody. Come on, everybody, be somebody. Day and night, day and night. Don't you wanna be? Don't you wanna be somebody? Don't you wanna be? Don't you wanna be somebody? Don't you wanna be? Don't you wanna be? Don't you wanna be somebody? Come on and be somebody. I got the music in me.
That's live, baby. Just to show you we're live, baby. That vinyl was skipping, baby. We got a new record on, though. You tune into the Spread Live Power Hour Mix. All right, baby, you tune into the Power Hour on the spread. We are live, mix on the vinyl. Well, it's not really a mix. We're just playing vinyl records. So wherever you're at, wherever you may be, make sure you give us a follow here on Tradecaster or on YouTube. We are a live trading show. We are currently in Apple Calls. If you're riding with me, let's go. Yo, anybody playing the Plantier earnings today? Anybody playing the Plantier earnings? Put it in the chat. Might short it. I didn't say it. I didn't say I chart it. I said I'm a short it. All right, traders, what are you guys doing? Are you guys playing Plantier today? Still holding Apple here on the main chart. Still holding 2 contracts into Friday. I may shave one off. We're up, what are we up right now? We're up 10% on this trade right now. Up 10% on this trade. 182.50 calls for Friday on Apple. Took the short in the morning, got long. Long's kind of just going sideways. We may have to exit here at the end. Maybe. We'll see. We're above the EMA line, though. I'm going to hold. But Plantier, guys, that's the call. Are we going to hold for Plantier or are we going to short it? It's got let me see. It has a anticipated move this week of $3.72. That's the anticipated move, up or down, $3.72. We're about $28 to the top side, probably $22 to the downside, $21. We'll see. All right, traders, where you at? Let us know in the chat where you at. Where in the world are you listening to us from? Let us know.
Come on, y'all, let's rock.
Yeah, let us know where you're kind of joining us from today. We are broadcasting live from California, the Inland Empire, baby. Let's go. We profitable today. Got Plantier earnings after the bell. I'll probably have it on the board here. I'm just debating whether I should short it or... I mean, it's had quite a build up to earnings. I think it's all baked in. We might take a put on it. Yo, so far that Apple Play is working. 182.50 to the upside. Friday expiration. Working well for us here. Took the short in the morning, or the puts, and now we got long. Two contracts on Apple low bar. I'm up 17 on it. 17% on my. I got 2 contracts. Hey, LeBar, where you from? Where you at? Where in the country are you, sir? Or ma'am, I'm not sure. Yo, nice bounce on Boeing. Boeing got clapped and it bounced at that 174 level. Yo, shout out to Tampa. Man, a lot of Florida people in the Tradecaster world. Shout out to you, my friend. Thanks for being here with us today. Do not forget to subscribe to our show. Thank you so much for interacting with us. All right, we're still holding Apple. We're also long on Snap. So we picked up some Snap shares earlier in the day. Snap 1690 hit a new high. So we're up 18% on our trade right now with Apple. 2 contracts going into the close here. Hey, swinger, huh? No, I don't swing, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think I'm going to hold at least until tomorrow. I may let go of a contract, but I'm pretty bullish on Apple. I think it had bad news this morning because of Mr. Warren Buffett cutting a stake in it. Everybody's going cash, it sounds like. But yeah, I'm going to at least hang on to at least one contract. If I close a contract, it'll be just one. I'd most likely hang on. But it depends on how we go here in the last 30 minutes. If we close strong, I may hang on. So stay tuned. All right, this is working out for us. Up, let's see, we're up. We're up 23% on this trade. 23% on this trade. Trying to get up to this little box. So this is a little gap, right? This gap happened overnight, right? At open, pre-market, it dumped because of the Warren Buffett stuff. So now we're trying to get back up to this little box here. So we'll see how we do when we get into this little box. All right, guys, power hour. Plantier, just so you guys know that Plantier calls, we're looking at a possibly $4 move up or down. That's what the weekly prediction is on the options market. It's not a prediction. That's just the anticipated move. It's $3.69 up or down. So Plantier's $25 right now. So $3, put $4, $3.75 on it. You'd go to $28.80, almost $29 to the upside, and then $3.69 to the downside will be about $21 to the downside. So $21 put for Friday. A $21 put on Friday for Plantier is 33 cents. So $33. And then 29 plus to the upside, 29.50 to the upside is $50. So if you think Plantier can move another almost $4 after the move that it's had, then the calls are pretty inexpensive, 51 cents for Friday expiration. I usually go a week out, so if we do $21 for next week expiration, that's about, dude, that shit's $4.50. Whoa. Yo, check that. So the $21 call for Plantier for next week is $4.50. That's $450 if you want to play the long side. Oh, it's 21. I'm tripping. 21 to the downside, right? It's $39. And then 29 to the high side, or 28, is about $80. So, yeah. I'm leaning more short, man, to be honest with you guys. I'm leaning short on Plantier. I just think it's had too much of a big move. So $3 to the downside would be $22. So a $22 put for Plantier this week is $54. A $21 put is $42. If you go into next week, $39 for that $21 put. $39. I'm thinking, man, I'm really flirting with that idea that this is done. That this is just a big run up. Oh, look at Apple, guys. Apple 181.59, looking great into the close here. Up 25% so far. So if you're holding with me, good job. All right, traders, you're tuned in to The Spread. We are a live trading show Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before market open until the market close. I am Shimano Trader. Follow me on Instagram. Do not forget to subscribe to the show here on Tradecaster. We're also on YouTube. So stick around, guys. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up in the next couple of months. So thanks for your love and support. Do not forget to subscribe to our channel here on Tradecaster and on YouTube. Also got a donation button. If you're making money with us today, let us know. Yo, Apple looking good in the close here. About to get into this little box here with Apple. Hey, you know what I've been doing a lot too also is doing the on-demand function on Thinkorswim and practicing my trades there. Let me know if you guys have any thoughts on Plantier. I don't know, man. I don't know. If I go to Plantier, I'm thinking that Plantier has already made the move, right? It is like, what is it? Buy the rumor, sell the news kind of thing. So if you look at Plantier here, we look at the daily chart. Look at that chart. Look at this gap up from the last earnings. We came back, maybe retested, maybe, and then worked our way back up. So I'm thinking that it's done. I mean, it's been on a great move, but hey, not a recommendation, not financial advice. It's been as high as 29. So that would be the new high. And actually, that's the number we have factored in to the upside, 29. But look at this move. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what to really say. I mean, there's a part of me that wants to short it. Man, look at Apple, baby. Woo-wee. We're up 21%. Looking good, Apple. It's looking really good into the close. Yeah, I'm most likely swinging this. Oh, shit, I gotta change the record. Hang on, guys. Never mind, it's got a little bit more to go. Plantier. If you do 29 to the upside for this Friday, you paid $51 for that call. 51. And if you do and if you do it to the downside, which is about $3.69, right? So you'd be looking at 22, maybe 21 and some change to the downside. And that is $32 to the downside. $30 to the downside if you go down. And to the high side, you would be, what did I say, 51 and 31 if you want to play both sides. I'm still thinking about it. Uh-oh. Little cheek lay here. All right, I'm going to close out one of my apples here. You know what? I'm going to close both my apples. So we're closing both our apples here. See if it'll fill me. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna just do one. I'm gonna swing one and keep the other. That was the plan. All right, so we closed one on Apple and we kept the other one. So we closed one of our contracts. Now we're holding just one contract into tomorrow. All right, so we exited here. Let me make a note of that. Sounds like a phone call coming in. All right, that was our exit right here. One of our contracts exited there. I don't like that candle. I don't like us, falling below the EMA lines either. So we'll see if this trend line holds. All right, now we got to change the record. All right, traders, 30 minutes to go. 30 minutes to go. Actually, less than that. 28 minutes to go before the end of the trading session. You are tuned into The Spread. I am Shimano Trader. Follow me on Instagram. We did close one of our Apple contracts. So we're holding one contract. We're going to swing that one. Probably got shaken out there, but that's why we had two contracts. Considering Plantier, haven't really made a decision on that yet. Yeah, everybody's so bullish on Plantier. That's probably why I'm a little bearish on it. All right, I'm going to short Plantier. I'm going to take the put contract on it. So we're going to take the $21 puts, which has gone up. It's $21.50. So they're going to take the $21 puts for Friday. They're $31. So not a recommendation, not financial advice. You will lose money. They're going to risk $31 on that trade. If I do it for next week, it's $36. Let me see what my boys are saying about that. All right. Wow, look at Apple, man. As soon as we got shaken out, baby, look at that spike. Oh, man, hope you guys stayed in that. Nice pop. Excellent, man. Nice sticking to Apple here. Obviously got one contract, close one out. Premature. All right, Plantier taking 21 puts. I'm going to put it on the board here so you guys can see it. All right, so we're going to take a $21 put here. It's not even on the board here, so it's a little bit way out of the money. $21 put. Yep, right at the bottom of the range here, $21. 21. 21, 21. All right, not a recommendation, not financial advice. You will lose money. We're shorting. We're gonna short. We're gonna go against Plantier. I think has had its run. It's quite a drop though, so it could just get clapped. All right, it's on the board. Wish me luck. We'll wait for earnings, so we'll put it back when earnings come out. All right, Apple looking delicious. AMD looking good too here at the close. I like how Snap looks. Snap looks really good too. It's consolidated right after earnings, so they're doing really well. And Disney at the pre-market tomorrow. Anybody playing Disney? All right, $21 put for Plantier, end of week. Not a recommendation, not financial advice. You can and will lose money, but that's going to be the play for Plantier. Risking $31 on it. Yo, Apple looking gorgeous into the close here with about 20 minutes to go. Oh, okay. What do you think though, Lobar? You think it'll pump after earnings? It's just when everybody's so bullish on something, man. It's like with Tesla, right? Everybody was so bearish on Tesla going into earnings. They're like, oh, this thing's gonna crush, and just because it wasn't as bad as people thought, it jumped. Same thing with Apple, right? Like Apple's iPhone sales are down 10% year over year, but because it wasn't as bad as it was, and they do some like financial engineering, we're gonna buy back shares. It's like the stock pops, right? But it's just a bunch of fucking around with numbers and stuff like that. All right. I like that thinking though. All right, Apple's looking really good into the close here. I'm going to be swinging this. Hopefully, we got some reports tomorrow. I think a credit consumer report comes out tomorrow. Yeah, Palantir kind of topped out right here, right? Once they hit this little top here, just kind of been not doing anything. Waiting for earnings, baby. I like how we played Apple today. That was a really good play today. Just want to remind you guys, if you guys trade on Thinkorswim, use the on-demand feature. That on-demand feature lets you trade as if the market is open at any given day, right? And then you can put a ticker up and trade that ticker off your paper trade account, and you can get used to executing trades, getting out of trades. It's actually been very helpful. I've been doing that on weekends. Yeah, we're almost in the money here. Oh, man, almost. And Apple's looking really good. We're going to retest this down resistance here. Looks like we may get a test at it today. Yo, shout out to Sean. I'm about to drop the biggest wealth lesson you may have ever read. So listen up. Why do you trade? Honest question. Why do you put in all this work into the market? For me, it's simple. I want to be financially free. In the end, at the end of the day, I trade to make money. Now, after I make money in the markets, we have one of two choices. We spend it, go buy that foreign car, go buy that bottle service or that club, spend it on the clothes, reinvest it. This is where we look at place our large funds into large investments to make more down the line. Real estate, baby. Yo, good post on Sean. Make sure you check it out and read it. Yo, Palantir earnings after the bell in about 16 minutes. All right, wherever you are, where you may be, you are tuned into The Spread. We are a live trading show. I am Shimano Trader. Follow me on Instagram. Do not forget to subscribe to the show. Show some love and support here on Tradecaster and on YouTube. Let's go. All right, final 15, final 15. Put in your bets, put in your trades, plan to your earnings after the bell. Oh no, my record's skipping. All right, 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go, guys. I had to close that Apple. I'm out of Apple. I'm all out of my Apple position. All out. Made some good return. $100 today. Doing the trade, doing the puts, and doing the calls. So I'm all out. Also want to remind everybody, if you're copying trades, shit, my record's skipping again. Okay, I'll be back on. Hope I'm not skipping anymore. Hey, so just to let you know, that's live. Yeah, so anybody, whether it's Lobar or anybody else in the chat, when you guys are copying trades, just tread carefully, okay? Because I might just jump out of a trade because I want to jump out of a trade. I'm not gonna announce it like, oh, jump out of the trade now, right? I'm just gonna do it, right? If I see that I'm gonna have a high risk of taking a loss, or if the trade is going against me, I'm gonna exit as soon as I can. And that's what I've learned when I used to be in other people's groups. I used to be in other channels and in other Discord channels, and I was just waiting for somebody to tell me to, oh, jump in, jump out, whatever it was, and I would always be too late to jump in and too late to jump out. So just a caution for everybody, right? Shit, this thing's skipping again. Hang on. All right, traders. Yeah, so just a reminder for everybody, right? It's like, you know, you have to do your own due diligence, and you're responsible for your trade. You're responsible for your capital. So, you know, don't get mad at me or Lobar or anybody in the chat because we took a position and we didn't tell you. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to everybody, because I always say, hey, not financial advice, not a recommendation. You can and will lose money, and the stock market moves like quickly, right? So I may not have time to announce it. I might just jump out. So we're all out of Apple today. Good trading, mostly traded Apple. Got a little clapped on Snap, but we went long on shares, and that's working out for us so far. And yeah, we are sitting on Plantier shorts for end of week. We're gonna put that on the board here. Now we're all out of Apple. Good trading on Apple today, though. You got to be fast. All right, so here's our Apple. We're 21 is our target price, way the hell down here. So we'll see what happens. So stay tuned for that. Thanks for being part of the show today. All right, final five, guys. Final five. Place your bets. Disney earnings pre-market tomorrow. Don't forget, we got the pre-market for Disney tomorrow. Plantier after the bell. Got some pretty big names reporting this week. So there's plenty of opportunities. Don't spend it all on one trade. All right, Lobar. 13% out of Plantier. Yeah, good time to exit here, man. Look at this little blow-off top candle here. Yo, shout out to my boy Torm Trader 35 out in Chicago. This one's for you. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, man. I've made plenty of money buying the hype and selling the news. You know, like buying the rumor, selling the news is the reason why that strategy works at times. All right, good thing you exited Plantier here. I expect a flush your end of bell. 3 minutes to go before the end of the show. No, I'm going to stay on for a little bit to watch the Plantier earnings. So I'll stay on. I don't know if I'll be on the air, but my stream will stay on here for the Plantier earnings. We're sitting on $21 puts for end of the week. Really low probability trade. So not a financial advice, not a recommendation. We're going against the hype. We're fading the hype on Plantier. It's had a high of 29. I think we were looking at this earlier. The highest it's gotten is about 29, I think, all time. 45 all time, right? That was close to the IPO, and it hasn't really recurred. Little cup and handle here, probably on the monthly, but we'll see, man. We'll risk those $31. We're just locked in for $31 here. All right, Plantier selling off at the bell here. Good exit, low bar. Thank you, sir. Hope I don't get a... All right, remember we got Disney at open. We got the Disney at open tomorrow. Pre-market, Celsius, Datadog, Crocs, and Ferrari will be opening up pre-market tomorrow. Today we have Plantier. We got Lucid, Microchip, and this maybe a solar company. Then after the market tomorrow, we have Upstart, Arista, Win, Lyft, and Twilio. All right, traders, got a couple of seconds left. Got about 30 seconds left. Good luck going into earnings with Plantier. Whether you're long, whether you're short, good luck to you. I've disclosed that I got a put contract, really low probability trade, but expecting Plantier to maybe dump. But it's got a lot of hype behind it. A lot of people are going long on it. So I'm going to just do the opposite against the trade. All right, got 10 seconds to go. Traders, thanks for being with me today. Do not forget to like and subscribe us here on Tradecaster and on YouTube. Good luck at the earnings. Good luck tomorrow. Ding, 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 ding. All right, traders, good luck. Thanks for hanging with me today. Don't forget to subscribe. There you go, pop 26. All right, traders. Watching the Plantier earnings. We're watching some gyration on Plantier. It's getting as high as 26 already. Should probably put my hip hop. All right, seeing a little pop here on Plantier. Looking good for Plantier. If you were short, you're getting clapped. Little dump here on Plantier, 24.60 right after the bell. Popped to 26.27 and it's selling off right now. Down 24.31 now. Equity markets higher as traders ParseFed official's remarks. All right, Plantier earnings coming up. We got that on the chart. Let me know if you guys have stood in the chat. Let me know if you went long or you went short on it. We'll see how it plays out here at earnings.
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right, trader. So I took $21 puts for Friday on Palantir. So far it looks like it came in line. The earnings came in line. I think revenue's a little light than what expected, but for the most part, it looks like everything came in line. Let me see. Palantir Technologies 2024 GAAP earnings per share 8 cents, inline, sales 634 million, beats. So it beats on revenue, but I think it came in line with the earnings per share. Palantir reports revenue growth of 21% year over year and 6th consecutive quarter of GAAP profitability. Palantir sees quarter 2 revenue 649 million versus 649 to 653 versus 653 estimated. Full year 24 revenue 2.67 billion versus 2.71. So a little light on the revenue, it looks like. Palantir guides for quarter 2 revenue of 649 to 653 versus analyst consensus 643. So they're guiding a little higher, it looks like. Palantir Technologies quarter 1 government revenue 335 million versus visible alpha analysis consensus of 324. So a little bit higher on the government revenue. Commercial revenue at 299 million versus 290. So it looks like a good beat. I don't know why it's just like Palantir, man, guys. It's just the run up to earnings has been massive. So a lot of this stuff that we're seeing, everything sounds good, looks good, but it's because it's already been baked into the price here at 2025 or whatever it was. Palantir shares are trading lower following a soft revenue guidance. So they gave soft revenue. So it was right in line with what they predicted. Looks like Palantir. I say Palantir. Why say Palantir? Palantir is probably going to pull back from this incredible run up that it's had leading up to earnings. But it looks like look at his run up, right? Like you've seen his run up here. Huge run up from $20 all the way to $25. You know, so pretty big run up there. So we're gonna see if this drop's gonna hold. We did take puts. We're a little way out of the money still. We're at 23.80. We're trying to get to 21, but we've got the rest of the week to go. We'll see if there's some more selling that happens in Palantir here the rest of the day. Wait. Yeah, the rest of the way here. So, yeah, we'll see if those premium prints, that premium should give us something, especially if we open under 22, 23. That 21 will be in play for the end of the week. So stay tuned for the earnings call. We do have the earnings call coming up. I will be playing that. So whenever it comes on, it looks like about 2 o'clock West Coast time. West Side! So if you guys want to listen to that call, feel free to hang out. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel here on Tradecaster and on YouTube. You could also donate to keep us on the air. We're trying to do it every single day, Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before market open. Trying to keep you guys entertained, have somewhere to go during your trading journey. So we have a bunch of stuff planned here for us on this channel. So stay tuned, tap in, plug in, and follow us. Thank you. I love your support. It's greatly appreciated. Still see more downside here on Palantir. I think it was the guidance. The guidance was a little lower than people expected. So that's what happens to these good stocks, man. They run up and then they sell. Shout out to my boy Lobar out in Tampa, Florida. He rode up the premium to the close, and then he got out. Good thing he got out because this thing's clapping. right, if you just joined us, you're wondering what happened to I keep saying Palantir. To Palantir after earnings. All right, stay tuned for the earnings call here in about 45 minutes. If you guys want to hang out, it's gonna play here automatically when it does. Maybe they'll mention AI or something in their conference call, and this thing will shoot up.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
From what comes with this contract.
kind of like, all right, earnings are in, guys. Palantir's numbers are out, and their stock, kind of like what we talked about in the last video. We hinted to it a little bit, right? Their stock is giving back all of the gains after the bell. Their stock closed at, I think, $23.30 yesterday, and to give you an idea, right now after the bell, we're at $23.75 at the recording of this video. So initially when the numbers came out, Palantir shot up from around $25 all the way to the mid 26s. So at one point we were up around, let's see, 5%, and now we're down again, like I said, to 23.75-ish. And of course, this is subject to change, but as of now, when the numbers just came out, we're now down about 10% from the after the bell high, and overall, all the gains from today have been erased. So Palantir reported 8 cents of GAAP EPS, which came in line with the expectations, and sales beat $634 million versus $625 million expected. So in line GAAP EPS, while they beat on revenue. And for guidance, you guys can see they see Q2 revenue of $649 to $653 million versus the $653 million expected. So the lower end of that range is a little bit under the guidance, not the end of the world, but it is a bit lower. And full year 24 revenue came in at 2.67, or they're guiding rather for 2.67 to 2.68 billion versus 2.71 billion expected. So a little soft there on revenue guidance for the full year. And for Q2, again, not the end of the world, but a little soft there. And it looks like Q1 government revenue was $335 million versus the $324 million expected. So that segment beat. And commercial revenue, let me see, guys, $299 versus $290 million. All right, pretty good. And it looks like here Palantir boasts its earnings forecast, or boosts its earnings forecast on strong AI demand, and the stock gains. Actually, that's not true. I'm not sure why that says the stock's gaining. Well, I guess initially it did, but now we're actually, like I said, giving back all the gains. Now let me show you guys the actual earnings release, which you're seeing right here, right in front of your eyes, right? So these are the Q1 2022 highlights. And let me actually make my big old face, a little bit smaller. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Bear with me. There we go. I'll pop my head down here, and I'll zoom in a bit on what you guys really want to see. Obviously not my face. You guys want to see these numbers, right? So take a look here. GAAP net income of $106 million, representing a 17% margin, right? That's actually the 6th consecutive quarter of GAAP profitability. Phenomenal. GAAP income from operations of $81 million, representing a 13% margin, and that's their 5th consecutive quarter of GAAP operating profitability. You guys can see with GAAP earnings per share of 4 cents, or EPS, adjusted EPS of 8 cents, and revenue grew 21%, which if you guys watched my video last night, you saw that's pretty much what we were expecting, right? 21% year over year, and 4%, let's see, quarter over quarter to $634 million. So they grew quarter over quarter, not by much, but they grew, and year over year as well. And when it comes to U.S. commercial highlights, let me show you this. Commercial revenue in the U.S. grew 40% year over year and 14% quarter over quarter to $150 million. And U.S. commercial customer count grew 69% year over year and 19% quarter over quarter to 262 customers, with a lot more growth to go, in my personal opinion, and you guys, I'm sure, will agree as well for the most part. What do you guys think, by the way? Let me know down below in the comments. But look, U.S. commercial remaining deal value, RDV, grew 74% year over year and 14% quarter over quarter. And let's bang through these other numbers here, guys. What do we have here? Commercial revenue grew 27% year over year and 5% quarter over quarter to almost $300 million. Government revenue, 16% growth year over year, 3% quarter over quarter to $335 million. with U.S. government revenue growing 12% year on year, 8% quarter on quarter. And it looks like here, adjusted income from operations of $226 million, cash from operations of $130 million, representing a 20% margin, adjusted free cash flow of $149 million, representing 23%. Let's see, margin. And here you guys can see the guidance, which we covered a couple of minutes ago, but quickly looking at it here, again, you guys can see they project revenue for Q2 of 649 to 653 million, adjusted income of operations, or from operations, excuse me, between 209 to 213 million. And let's see here, guys, they're raising their revenue guidance to be between 2.67 and 2.68 billion, but it's still slightly under that 2.71 like I showed you earlier. That was the analyst expectations. It is what it is, not the biggest deal. It looks like they're raising their U.S. commercial revenue guidance to in excess of $661 million, representing growth of at least 45%. And by the way, this is for full year 2024, right? And it looks like they're raising their adjusted income from operations guidance to between 868 to 880 million. They continue to expect adjusted free cash flow of between 800 million to $1 billion, and they continue to expect GAAP operating income.
Good afternoon. I'm Anna Saro from Palantir's finance team, and I'd like to welcome you to our first quarter 2024 earnings call. We'll be discussing the results announced in our press release issued after the market close and posted on our investor relations website. During the call, we will make statements regarding our business that may be considered forward-looking within applicable securities laws, including statements regarding our second quarter and fiscal 2024 results, management's expectations for our future financial and operational performance, and other statements regarding our plans, prospects, and expectations. These statements are not promises or guarantees and are subject to risks and uncertainties, which would cause them to differ materially from actual results. Information concerning those risks is available in our earnings press release distributed after the market closed today and in our SEC filings. We undertake no obligation to update forward-looking statements except as required by law. Further, during the course of today's call, we will refer to certain adjusted financial measures. These non-GAAP financial measures should be considered in addition to, not as a substitute for or in isolation from, GAAP measures. Additional information about these non-GAAP measures, including reconciliation of non-GAAP to comparable GAAP measures, is included in our press release and investor presentation provided today. Our press release, investor presentation, and other earnings materials are available on our investor relations website at investors.palantir.com. Over the course of the call, we will refer to various growth rates when discussing our business. These rates reflect year-over-year comparisons unless otherwise stated. Joining me on today's call are Alex Karp, Chief Executive Officer, Shyam Sankar, Chief Technology Officer, Dave Glazer, Chief Financial Officer, and Ryan Taylor, Chief Revenue Officer and Chief Legal Officer. I'll now turn it over to Ryan to start the call.
We start driven by the momentum of AIP and our continued strong performance in U.S. commercial. Our results also highlight the growing strength of our U.S. government business and our enduring mission-critical work. The continued interest in AIP is loud and clear in the conversations I'm having across our customer base. We've shared our plans to capture the market with AIP, and our results show that our strategy is not only succeeding, it is accelerating. While still early days, our focus is on building the foundations of a long-term business. We intend to relentlessly continue landing new customers and subsequently expanding those engagements as our products gain traction and have meaningful impact within enterprises. Not only are we increasing the volume of new customers, but I'm pleased with our ability to grow these new customers as well. With regards to landing new customers, we've sustained our high volume of boot camps with over 915 organizations participating to date to meet inbound demand. We are also seeing substantial deal cycle compression. As one example, a leading utility company signed a 7-figure deal just 5 days after completing a boot camp. Another customer immediately signed a paid engagement after just 1 day of their multi-day boot camp, and then converted to a 7-figure deal 3 weeks later. We expect the favorable unit economics and higher throughput to continue to accelerate our business. U.S. commercial is where we're seeing the greatest transformation. While Q1 is seasonally our slowest quarter, AIP adoption by new and existing customers helped drive notable growth in customer acquisition and revenue in our U.S. commercial business. In Q1, we added 41 net new customers in U.S. commercial. Our customer count increased 69% year over year and 19% quarter over quarter, compared to 8% quarter over quarter growth in Q1 2023. Excluding strategic investments, our U.S. commercial revenue soared by 68% year over year and 22% quarter over quarter. New customers span a variety of industries, as AIP's applications seem endless. From the largest independent bottling company in the U.S. to a leading energy and infrastructure company and a multinational airline. In Q1, our U.S. commercial business had customers from 56 of the 74 GICS industries. As we're landing new customers, we're also seeing those customers expanding their work with us. Across my conversations with customers, I'm seeing the recurring theme of them asking me how they can do more, faster with enterprise transformations driven by AIP. We're showing them how they can move their AI strategy beyond chat. Existing customers such as Lowe's, Cleveland Clinic, and General Mills, among others, are realizing the extensive possibilities of AIP within their own enterprises and increasing their scope accordingly. Lowe's accelerated its engagement from a starting point of no AI to utilizing production-level AI for over 1,000 customer service agents, resulting in a 75% reduction in overdue tasks. As one of its directors noted, quote, "We achieved this in just 4 months and onboarded 1,000 users within 3 weeks of rollout." Cleveland Clinic committed to a 10-year expansion deal to deploy more broadly across its hospitals. General Mills expanded the scope of its work further last quarter, as its senior director noted, quote, "We're saving on average about $14 million annually, and it's really only deployed to part of our network as we speak." We're seeing rapid expansions within key customer accounts. For example, a Fortune 500 industrials company signed a 3-year expansion deal, which increased the annual revenue run rate of our work with them nearly 5-fold compared to our initial engagement with them in 2022. A Fortune 100 retail company started a pilot in Q2 2023, expanded to a use case conversion in August, then expanded its work to a $12 million ACV enterprise engagement last quarter. These are just a few examples. More and more customers are expanding their work with us due to AIP and the incredible traction our software has within their organizations. Turning to our U.S. government business, our revenue continued to accelerate last quarter, increasing 8% quarter over quarter versus 3% quarter over quarter in Q4, with our products every day having critical impact on current world events. We see continued demand for Mission Manager and positive reception to First Breakfast. Last quarter, we were honored the U.S. Army awarded Palantir over $178 million to be the sole prime contractor to build a next-generation targeting node under the Titan program. This marks the first time that a software company has won a prime contract for a hardware system and exemplifies Palantir's position as the software prime, opening the door to vast new opportunities. It is with immense reverence that we approach building and maturing our revolutionary capabilities for our warfighters. In our international government business, we are continuing to ramp up the critical work for delivery of the UK NHS Federated Data Platform, as well as providing defense capabilities to allied partners around the world. Looking at our business and its impact broadly, I'm invigorated about the year ahead. We have never had more conviction about AIP and the power of our software, as well as our continued efforts supporting the most critical missions around the globe. I'll now turn it over to Sham.
Thanks, Ryan. The clear signal from AIP bootcamps is that AI is for builders. So many anecdotes and quotes from customers, all reinforcing the same point. They are getting more done in a day or two in AIP than in a quarter or two without. We have pioneered the approach to getting beyond chat and unlocking the value of LLMs in the enterprise, taking inherently unstructured inputs that are flying around the enterprise, be it emails, Slacks, PDFs, images, comments, audio, and turning them into structured actions and outputs. Taking an email from a customer requesting a different product mix and turning it into an actual inventory allocation in the ERP system of record. Taking a health claims denial and programmatically generating the documentation and supporting evidence from the clinical records and contracts. Automating P&C insurance claims processing, and even in government, using vision models to narrow candidate products driving foodborne outbreaks at CDC. And we have started rolling out Build with AIP, a series of developer and builder-oriented tutorials and reference implementations that enable builders to ramp quickly on the primitives and power of AIP and practical examples that unlock every employee at every customer. Our growth is being driven by the incredible dynamism of the US commercial market, and we believe the US government will follow. With this momentum, we have launched builder bootcamps in the US government. The U.S. Army recently issued a memo identifying 2 Palantir systems, AIDP and Army Vantage, as amongst the 5 total platforms approved for builders. The U.S. Army's Artificial Intelligence Integration Center, AI2C, at Carnegie Mellon, leverages these platforms for half of their active projects and recently built an application for the 18th Airborne Corps with OSDK. Our DoD customer recently hosted a hackathon showing the value of the open Joint All-Domain Command and Control, or JADC2, SDK that we have been pioneering. One participant commented, "Nominating targets with Gaia Assist turns a 6-hour workflow into 10 seconds." We continue to invest in Mission Manager and will be extending it to the edge with our EdgeX infrastructure in US government. Now customers can use their cloud instance as an integrated development environment for edge platforms. Centrally build, test, and continuously deploy and manage multi-vendor Big Tent edge ecosystems. It covers everything from streaming pipelines, OSDK-backed applications, native Gotham applications, and third-party apps. We are excited with our team of rockstar partners to deliver on the U.S. Army's Titan program. This marks the first time a software company has won a hardware contract, firmly establishing the role of the software prime. We believe the core of this software, Target Workbench, will be critical in every cockpit, every vehicle, and every ship. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the eye-watering work of our service members and our allies in meeting the moment defending against the massive Iranian attack on Israel. The Gotham investments in JADC2 performed excellently, and we're building even more, even faster. I'll turn it over to Dave to take us through the numbers.
Thanks, Sham. Q1 was a strong start to the year. Revenue growth accelerated to 21% year over year in the first quarter, driven by momentum in AIP and our U.S. commercial business, and a re-acceleration in our U.S. government business. We delivered our 6th consecutive quarter of GAAP profitability, generating a record $106 million of GAAP net income in the first quarter. We also delivered our 5th consecutive quarter of GAAP operating profit, generating a record $81 million of GAAP operating income in the quarter. Adjusted operating margin expanded to 36% in the first quarter, continuing to highlight the strong unit economics of our business. The revenue and profitability outperformance drove a 3-point sequential increase to our Rule of 40 score from 54 in the fourth quarter of 2023 to 57 in the first quarter of 2024. This was the third consecutive quarter of an expanding Rule of 40 score. Turning to our global top-line results. We generated $634 million in revenue in the first quarter, up 21% year over year and 4% sequentially, exceeding the high end of our prior guidance. Excluding the impact of revenue from strategic commercial contracts, first quarter revenue grew 24% year over year and 4% sequentially. Customer count grew 42% year over year and 11% sequentially to 554 customers. Revenue from our largest customers continues to expand. First quarter trailing 12-month revenue from our top 20 customers increased 9% year over year to $55 million per customer. Now moving to our commercial segment. First quarter commercial revenue grew 27% year over year and 5% sequentially to $299 million. Excluding the impact from strategic commercial contracts, first quarter commercial revenue grew 36% year over year and 4% sequentially. We had a very strong quarter of commercial bookings. First quarter commercial TCV booked was $505 million, representing 187% growth year over year. Our U.S. commercial business continues to see unprecedented demand driven by momentum from AIP. First quarter U.S. commercial revenue grew 40% year over year and 14% sequentially to $150 million, surpassing international commercial revenue for the first time. Excluding revenue from strategic commercial contracts, first quarter U.S. commercial revenue grew 68% year over year and 22% sequentially. AIP is driving both new customer conversions and existing customer expansions in the U.S. In the first quarter, we booked $286 million of U.S. commercial TCV, representing 131% growth year over year. Total remaining deal value in our U.S. commercial business grew 74% year over year and 14% sequentially. Our U.S. commercial customer count grew to 262 customers, reflecting 69% growth year over year and 19% growth sequentially. We generated $149 million in international commercial revenue in the first quarter, representing 16% growth year over year, but a 3% sequential decline as a result of continued headwinds in Europe and the revenue catch-up in Q4 that we noted last quarter. We continue to capitalize on targeted growth opportunities in Asia, the Middle East, and beyond. Revenue from strategic commercial contracts was $24 million in the quarter. We anticipate second quarter 2024 revenue from these customers to decline to between $7 to $9 million compared to $19 million in the second quarter of 2023. We continue to anticipate 2024 revenue from these customers to be approximately 2% of full-year revenue. Shifting to our government segment. First quarter government revenue grew 16% year over year and 3% sequentially to $335 million. First quarter U.S. government revenue grew 12% year over year and 8% sequentially to $257 million. As Ryan noted, we're excited to be the sole prime contractor under the Titan program and will continue pursuing other defense opportunities. We believe we're well positioned to see growth in our U.S. government business over the course of 2024. First quarter international government revenue grew 33% year over year and declined 9% sequentially to $79 million as a result of the revenue catch-up in Q4 that we noted last quarter and continued headwinds in Europe. First quarter TCV booked was $904 million, up 128% year over year. Net dollar retention was 111%, an increase of 300 basis points from last quarter. The increase was driven both by expansions at existing customers and new customers acquired in Q1 of last year. As net dollar retention does not include revenue from new customers that were acquired in the past 12 months, it does not yet fully capture the acceleration and velocity in our U.S. commercial business over the past year. We ended the first quarter with $4.1 billion in total remaining deal value, an increase of 22% year over year and 6% sequentially, and $1.3 billion in remaining performance obligations, an increase of 39% year over year and 5% sequentially. As a reminder, RPO is primarily comprised of our commercial business, as it does not take into account contracts with an initial term of less than 12 months and contractual obligations that fall beyond termination for convenience clauses, both of which are common in most of our government business. Turning to margin and expense. Adjusted gross margin, which excludes stock-based compensation expense, was 83% for the quarter. Adjusted income from operations, which excludes stock-based compensation expense and related employer payroll taxes, was $226 million, representing an adjusted operating margin of 36% and marking the sixth consecutive quarter of expanding adjusted operating margins. Q1 adjusted expense was $408 million, up 2% sequentially and 2% year over year. Turning to the balance of the year, given our conviction in the U.S. business, coupled with our margin expansion, we intend to boost investment in resources in the U.S., including in AIP and specific defense opportunities. While we expect expenses to ramp starting in Q2 through the back half of the year, we remain focused on calibrating expense growth below revenue growth for the full year in order to continue delivering on our goals of sustained GAAP profitability and GAAP operating income. In the first quarter, we generated GAAP operating income of $81 million, representing a 13% margin, our fifth consecutive quarter of GAAP operating income, and fourth consecutive quarter of expanding GAAP operating margins. We generated first quarter GAAP net income of $106 million, representing a 17% margin, our sixth consecutive quarter of GAAP profitability. First quarter adjusted earnings per share was 8 cents, and GAAP earnings per share was 4 cents. Additionally, our combined revenue growth and adjusted operating margin accelerated to 57% in the first quarter, a 3-point increase to our Rule of 40 score from the prior quarter. We will continue to strive to maintain this exceptional balance of top and bottom line performance. Turning to our cash flow. In the first quarter, we generated $130 million in cash from operations and $149 million in adjusted free cash flow, representing a margin of 20% and 23% respectively. In Q1, we also repurchased approximately 500,000 shares as part of our share repurchase program. As of the end of the quarter, we have approximately $990 million remaining of the original authorization. We ended the quarter with $3.9 billion in cash, cash equivalents, and short-term U.S. Treasury securities. We retain access to additional liquidity of up to $500 million through our revolving credit facility, which remains entirely undrawn. Now turning to our outlook. For Q2 2024, we expect revenue of between $649 and $653 million, and adjusted income from operations of between $209 and $213 million. For full year 2024, we are raising our revenue guidance to between $2.677 and $2.689 billion. We are raising our U.S. commercial revenue guidance to in excess of $661 million, representing a growth rate of at least 45%. We are raising our adjusted income from operations guidance to between $868 and $880 million. We continue to expect adjusted free cash flow of between $800 million and $1 billion, and we continue to expect GAAP operating income and net income in each quarter of this year. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex for a few remarks, and then Anna will kick off the Q&A.
Welcome to our Q1 earnings. I think it is fair to say we crushed Q1 in the U.S. We are on fire. You see this in our Rule of 40 being 57. You see it in the 68% growth in U.S. commercial. If you do apples to apples, following on 70% growth last quarter, or 71% if you do apples to apples, taking out SPAC revenue. You see it in the deal growth in the U.S., growing from 70 to 136 in a year. You see it in the general enthusiasm around our products, especially in commercial, but also in government, which has begun to reaccelerate. You see it in general in our customer growth in U.S. Comm, which grew 69%. And again, we are growing these numbers while maintaining a Rule of 40 score of 57, which basically means we're doing the impossible. We are growing the company while investing in our core IP, or our software development. We are winning in the U.S. And then that kind of then leads to the question of why are we doing so well in the United States of America? And the main reason is we built software infrastructure that allows enterprises, both commercial and government, to move beyond chat, move beyond self-pleasuring, to actually produce things that are valuable. And whether this is tasking satellites in the commercial context, or changing margins, or changing American workers into Japanese engineers using our software platform and large language models, I believe we are the only company in America, the only really relevant market, that will allow you to do useful things with large language models. And that is what's generating 68% growth in U.S. Comm, again, with a nascent sales force doing it in a way that is not kind of playbook specific, thin technology. It barely works, and you have a sales force, but with 10 years of IP that presupposed LLMs before LLMs existed. You see the same thing in the government. Sham and others will talk about it, but our mission footprint, whether it's in Ukraine, Israel, or in the United States government, is stunning. There is basically no conflict in the world that is not that where Western allies are involved and the battlefield's involved and the stakes are life and death, where Palantir is not the first call. And our ability to do this going forward is going to be even stronger because of past investments, and also the unity of our culture and the strength of our leadership, and in general, 20 years of understanding how to do this. It is true that it is mystifying to people, including analysts, how could this possibly be working? But it is working. And this is the 6th quarter of profitability, I dare remind people that there was a time when no one thought we'd be profitable, when no one thought we could crack commercial, where revenue per person was called into question. That also grew roughly 26% year on year. Revenue per person generated at Palantir. We do have headwinds in Europe. 16% of our business is in Europe. Europe is gliding towards 0% GDP growth over the next couple of years. That is a problem for us. There is no easy remedy for that. It is also the case, though, that U.S. comms surpassed U.S. European commercial, and we see that as favorable. I, in general, think this is just Palantir's time. Now, there are lots of questions about why we are so active in defending the values of the West. Our belief that the West is a superior way to live, and our ways of organizing around that are the reason why our products are transformative, the reason why we have the best people in the world, the reason why a Palantir degree, as it were, is much more valuable than an Ivy League degree. Before the Ivy Leagues even, embraced the thin, new, woke religion, otherwise viewed as an intellectual cause, but in fact is a way of organizing things so that the greatest institutions of our time disappear and turn into discriminatory dysfunction. Palantir is a counterexample, and I'm super proud of the results. We are going to continue to execute, especially in the U.S., and I'm very happy to have you on the call.
Thanks, Alex. We'll now turn to questions. We received a few questions from our shareholders about AI and competitiveness. Matthew and Ryan ask, how does your AI strategy differ from your competitors?
Well, we're executing our strategy at an unrelenting pace here. If you go back to the launch of AIP, I discussed how we thought the models were going to commoditize, and that's really borne out. We see that underscored with Llama 3 70B being released now. But the real opportunity for us, as Alex made mention of, is that people are using LLMs incorrectly in the enterprise. And as far as I can tell, we're really the only company to have figured out how to help our customers get beyond chat, leveraging the investments that we've made in ontology, really harnessing this pattern of implementation where you're taking unstructured inputs and turning them into structured actions and outputs that drive economic value in the enterprise. Now, there's this thing that some companies have started saying where only 10% of my customers have data that's even AI ready to begin with. I think that's completely wrong. Maybe they don't have something to sell in the present moment, so they're trying to sell the past. But if that was right, how is it that in a single day boot camp, we're able to add value on top of our customers' messy extant data? Ultimately, software that works. And to the present moment, I'm focused on helping enable builders in the context of the enterprise. I made mention of the DoD hackathon, where a single user built an AIP logic function, surfaced in Gaia Assist, that took a targeting process down from 6 hours to 10 seconds. More generally, in commercial, with Build with AIP, we are releasing a slew of tutorials, quick starts, and reference implementations. They're going to help turn every customer, every user into a builder to unlock the potential of what they can harness on top of AIP. And that's the way ahead, and that's why we're still ahead.
And I would say, I don't believe we have competitors. So I don't believe in the U.S. commercial market we have competition. I don't believe in the U.S. government market we have competition. I think that's the reason Ukraine and Israel bought our product. We are differentiated because in order to actually make AI work, you need an ontology. No one has an ontology. To Sham's point, You have a lot of people running around saying the data isn't ready. Of course, it's not ready because they don't have Foundry. If you have Foundry and the ontology, it is ready. If you have Foundry, our ontology and Apollo, you can actually work at the edge. If you don't, you can't. And outside of America, we would still have to convince people of this. Inside of America, we're not really convincing people that we have the only thing that works. We're showing up, we're showing it working, and we're saying this is what it costs, and it's working really well. But I currently don't believe we have competition. We have a lot of people who are like the Palantir of Iowa or the Palantir of Harvard or the Palantir of Uruguay, but they're not Palantir. And it's going to take a long time to actually build what we have because you'd have to actually understand what is special about the software infrastructure of having the combination of Apollo, Foundry, and the ontology. And then you would have to build on top of it so that you can actually do these handoff functions with large language models. And luckily for us, there is not a consensus at the investor level, VC level, or among analysts that we have the only thing that works. And that means there's just going to be very little investment in copying and doing what we do. And investment in what we do outside of America would be hard to do anyway because the ecosystem, a term I don't particularly like, to get this done is in America. So you would have to do this in Silicon Valley, and Silicon Valley is focused on, to Shyam's point, the wrong things.
Thank you both. Our next question is from Dan with Wedbush. Dan, please turn on your camera, and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute your line.
Thanks. So good, great quarter. My question is, can you just talk about what conversion looks like from boot camps and maybe just double click on a typical customer? What's now that you have more and more data points, what's that showing you about conversion from a boot camp to actually signing a deal?
Yeah, absolutely. I can talk through that. So we announced boot camps 2 quarters ago as a go-to-market motion, and we're seeing that play out as, you see that in the results. So in 1 to 5 days with a boot camp, we're able to do what used to take 3 months. And we're seeing, as I talked about, we're seeing customers, shortly after boot camp sign 7-figure deals. And we're seeing, the ability to be able to show them what they can do on the platform with real data much more quickly, and then have that monetization conversation much sooner. And so then you see that in the results, 69% growth in customers in U.S. commercial. We closed 136 deals in Q1 this year compared to 70 deals in Q1 last year in U.S. commercial. That's a 94% year-over-year increase. And so we're seeing, it's still early in the process, and we're seeing the results from the boot camps and seeing that they're working in the monetization from them.
The boot camps also have, quite frankly, another massive advantage because de facto it sets a standard that will be very hard for any other company to meet. So even if you don't buy our product, you de facto have locked in an idea of what's possible. And that means that at some point when you go try your own thing and it fails, you've seen, okay, well, I've seen the art of the possible, and therefore I'm going to go buy it from Palantir at some point in the future. The boot camp motion is an early motion, and I don't think we would say we've cracked the sales motion. In fact, I think our 68% or 94% growth on deals or 69% on customer, you have to look at this as we are at the way early days of figuring out how to actually get customers to buy our product. We are good at educating customers on what is the art of the possible, and then some portion of those customers buy it. So I expect as we get better and better at that, our numbers will increase. But it is really early days. We're not flawlessly executing on our sales motion. And I would say I saw this when we built our anti-terror platform. One of the most important things we did is go out and educate the world about how you could fight terror and maintain civil liberties. And most people we actually offered our platform to did not buy the product year 1, but by year 5, they'd all bought it. And they bought it because they're like, okay, well, we see how you could integrate data across disparate data sets, maintain a security model, fight terrorism, and be in conformity with the law. And even if you say, oh, I'm going to go try to do this myself, in fact, you can't. And then that sales motion, so the relevant integral for this is not just what you close in quarter. It is kind of throwing a carpet on the whole market and saying, okay, well, this is the standard. If you can do better than this, buy it yourself, build it yourself, acquire it from other people. And if you can't, come back to us, we're here. And that worked very, very well. I mean, almost every country in the world, not every country, but almost every country in the world that could buy our core anti-terror product at some point did.
Thank you. Our next question is from Mariana with Bank of America. Mariana, please turn on your camera, and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute your line.
Afternoon, everyone. So it's also in the line of implementation, but less about the customer, because I think the demand you're seeing is unprecedented, and we can see that you're seeing that in both sides, like from the government side and the commercial side. What I'm really curious about is if you can give us some color around what is next in terms of actually tackling this demand and implementing the efforts and supporting a way larger customer base. What is hiring? What is partnerships? What is next there? And what is the most challenging from your point of view?
Well, I can certainly take that. Maybe Ryan will have some comments on the partnership side and the growth of that ecosystem. But on the product side, this is one of the reasons I'm most excited about Build with AIP and the boot camps that we're running after we have deals with customers. We're really igniting a movement within the customer in terms of unleashing their builders and tackling use cases. There's been a shift. Like, we still love to work on our customers' hardest problems and most important use cases to deliver crushing value very quickly. But concomitant with that is, how do we enable every single one of their builders to get going? And I can think of the most recent, say, 2 quarters, our ability to come in there, help them solve one problem, but ignite hundreds of use cases that they're able to do on their own. So really, even without needing additional partners, leveraging repeatable reference implementations, reference architectures, quick starts, tutorials that get them going. Again, and across different, we have these for all the industries that we're working in, for all the functions within these customers, and including in government itself.
And on the partnership front, you see, we announced our partnership with Oracle. We're seeing hyperscalers that are realizing that in order to drive compute, you need to move beyond chat, right? You need a solution that's taking organizations beyond their, for their AI strategy beyond chat. We're seeing that happen there, and we're expanding, the partnerships across the space with partners implementing at our customers as well.
We have across our company for the first time ongoing discussions with hyperscalers that are well known and with others, where we're basically saying, look, we have the ideal product, you have the ideal distribution, you can build on top of our product and then capture your distribution at a higher margin. We are having discussions like this in Japan across UHG, but we have our efforts to provide our core infrastructure to defense tech startups, which are going very well, simultaneously allow us to expand our core architecture, core software development into the DoD, but also make us less competitive with people, which helps us a lot. So a lot of what slows us down is people pretending they're competing with us. So finding ways to build partnerships with those people so they don't compete accelerates our revenue. And in US Comm, it's a lot of what Shyam is saying. It's we are allowing customers to do what we had to do in the past, which is supply Palantir software engineers. There are just not that many Palantirians, so we can't scale. We have to allow encourage and provide a platform where they can do it. And I would say what you see both on AIP and on Foundry is de facto customers using our product pretty much on their own. And that's, again, why that you see a revenue growth up to 26% compared to last year on per person revenue, because we're making more money with the same number of people, roughly. So, and that's precisely because of these things that we're doing. And so that has a lot of benefits for us, both alignment and quality of revenue. That's why you have this that's why we have 57 on the rule of 40. That's why our revenue is growing per person. That's why we can get away with sales that are not perfect. And we're thinking a lot about how to do that.
Thank you. Turning back to a question from our shareholders, a lot of people have noticed that Palantir is pretty outspoken when it comes to geopolitics. How has this been received?
Well, it's a complicated question because I think internally, I mean, there have been people who have disagreed. There have been people who have disagreed to the point where they've left. And this has gone on over the last 20 years. When we refused to walk away from Special Forces, the U.S. Army, when we took over Maven, when we refused to stop working with Homeland Security, when we had discussions about which countries we'd work with and which countries we wouldn't. More lately, in a more timely version, when we supported Ukraine, it was less controversial. When we sold Israel our software, that was arguably more controversial. The fact that I take, I think the central risk to Palantir and America and the world is a regressive way of thinking that is corrupting and corroding our institutions that calls itself progressive, but actually and is called woke, but is actually a form of a thin pagan religion. That is a real danger to our society, and it is a real danger to Palantir if we don't discuss these things. The reason we have by far the best product offering in the world is because we have by far the best alignment around how to build software, what it means to build software, full alignment with our customers, a view that the Western way of living is superior and therefore it should be supported by the best products. People at this table have been in the trenches for over a decade each. Why do they stay? Why do they fight? Why do we come and do these calls? Why are we fighting for individual investors? Why do we actually care about revenue growth in quarter? I mean, honestly, everyone at this table has a lot of money. It's like we care and we fight for these things because we believe we are fighting for a stronger, better, less discriminatory, wealthier, more open, and better society by providing the friends of the West, U.S. industry, U.S. government, our allies, with by far superior products. And that's, by the way, and that's how we align with our customers. By the way, I have customers who disagree with me, but they sure as hell know I'm telling them the truth about what we believe. And probably more importantly, they know we're not sophists. They know we believe in things. And that's why we fight for this culture, and that's why we fight for our products. And that's why our products are growing. Again, you can repeat all these numbers over and over again. How do you get 68% growth in U.S. Comm with a 57 rule of 40? How do you nearly double your customer count, your deal count, your customer count, all these numbers? You do it by having full alignment and the best products in the world. Or you can do it by having weird things that barely work and trying to manipulate clients into buying your product until they realize it barely works because it's thin and of no value. And that's just not how we roll at Palantir. So it has been really, and by the way, on the last note, how do we have the best investors in the world, especially individual investors? Why do they stick with us when times were hard? Why do they fight for Palantir? Why do they, every time someone writes something inane, Palantir's gone MAGA, Palantir's doesn't have a product, Palantir doesn't have margins. I'm sure this quarter, Palantir's growth is decelerating despite the fact we're obviously crushing it in America. Palantir is too crazy. Palantir will never be profitable. Palantir can't IPO. Palantir is too weird and odd to produce something that will be disruptive. We knew it was bullshit. The people who out on the front fighting against that BS, fighting against lazy, inept, discriminatory in the sense that is ignorance, people maligning Palantir, do it in great part because they believe that we are fighting for them, and we are. And we're fighting for ourselves, and that's why we have such a great company. So thank you.
Thank you. That concludes Q&A for today's call.
All right, traders. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to subscribe. Peace.